Thank you, Greg Rebo, for subscribing. I think I'm already here kind of live, but I will take a very short break here at the beginning. I just want to give the people the shoutouts already. I'm not even sure if I'm live or not right now. I hope it kind of works. I think I was not long enough active here, so my bot is not even working here, or I haven't set up the command. Also a possibility. Oh, CCP followed. Thank you, much appreciated. I also need to set up the timer here very quick. How much time do I need to eat? Oh, give me 50 minutes or something like that. Question is the stream working already? Seems like it. It's working for me. Okay, awesome. Diffgitin is also here. Welcome. I have no idea what this particular piece of function. What is elevate your message? I wasn't too long on streaming on Twitch. They have new features I don't know about. Is this like super chat just for Twitch? Hello there, long time no see. Yeah, welcome. Nice to see you. PVT Killswitch. Yeah, like I said, due to the Rings of Power show that's currently running, which I'm covering mainly on YouTube, I rarely stream currently on Twitch. Okay, stuff is working. Is it tricky to set up a Prime Sync connection? No, not really. Chat highlights. Okay, that's this feature. I have to look into this later though. Let me just think for a moment. I made a video where I kind of explain how it works on my YouTube channel. Maybe I can post it here. Okay, pretty awesome. Some people watched the review. That's good. That's not what I'm looking for. What video could it have been, chat? I found it, I think. You have to skip a bit because it's about the first watch party experiment I did on my channel. Let me just see. Should have liked it. Join channel, share. Time code. I posted in chat in a moment. One moment. Give me just. I found it. That should be explained. So what you basically need to do is, let me just think. You go to the settings page and there you can connect it. Guten Tag, Ubermind. Welcome. I noticed you. Thank you for your subscription, by the way. You did it, I think, when I was not online, so much appreciated. Also, shout outs for thank you for great great Rebo, who also subscribed a moment ago. Much appreciated. And like I said at the end of the last stream, which was on YouTube, I will continue with stuff. Okay, I will continue with the stuff here. Just give me a short moment to eat something. I just want to see that the technical stuff works. Rabbi Radagast also just joined here. So there's a lot of people who subscribe, who followed at least. So much appreciated. Like it when I didn't stream on Twitch and I get more followers when I stream. It's kind of funny in my opinion. Okay, so is there anything left? Any questions, chat? So what I plan to do is we watch episode not 6 but 5. Maybe I should have switched the image for the watch party. Let me see. What is episode 3 watch party thing looking like that? I think I used this one for episode 3. When do we get maps? I'm not sure if I have a map command here. Maybe? Nightbot Streamlabs. Should be a Streamlabs command, I think. That's pretty awesome to be on Twitch again, a little bit. Oh, kind of cool. You can even get a Nightbot command list. There are quite a few. Let me just see. What custom CloudBot commands do I have? Okay, I don't have that many here on this particular channel. Wait a minute, where is my other thing? Just copy paste the command from the other thing. Templates, advanced maps, add global cooldown, user cooldown. No, it's the other way around, right? 15. Oh god, I'm an idiot. I set everything perfectly up and then I pressed, instead of confirm, I pressed on close, so I have to type it again. Is CloudBot working here on this channel? I hope it works. Most important they added, I think, to Twitch now that they that you can see the time. Wow, that was fast. But yeah, that is the second age map from Amazon in case people are interested. You can also recommend the map from Lord of the Rings project.net.com. Lotte project map. Oh. Yeah, that should work. It's also pretty decent, I think. That's.com. Okay, good to know. Not sure how updated it is, but yeah. As said, we will start the stuff. I show you the timer. I do a regular Twitch party thing, a watch party thing here using the Twitch functionality. Maybe we watch another episode after that. I don't know yet. But yeah, it was a lot of fun on the other stream. I'm glad some people found their way to this stream here. And that there's some activity in chat as well, which is always a lot of fun here, I have to admit. But yeah, I would suggest allow me to eat something really quick. And yeah, that would be very helpful, I have to admit. So I'm back in a moment. I give you a timer, which I kind of set up somewhere. So you know when I'm kind of back, I feel. Eight ball, should Chris eat? I think I have 8-ball not activated. Devian Siski. Just letting you know, the audio from the show will be loud. On my side. Oh, I understand. When I start the watch party, the audio will be loud for you. Yeah, that could be. So it's a good warning. Now I get what you mean. Just kidding. No, go eat. Okay. Yeah, okay. I get it now. Yeah, that is definitely a possibility. It could be very loud. But there should be a volume setting somewhere. Let me just do the transition thing here. Okay, it works. Yeah, so I'm back in a moment. I just grab something to eat really fast, I hope. And yeah, see you in a moment. By the way, maybe I play some ads in the meantime or so, I don't know. Hello, I'm back. Sorry. That took, of course, always a bit longer. But yeah, at least I could relaxingly finally eat something. That was kind of helpful. Not gonna lie. Is everybody ready? I hope stuff is working for you people. Also, again, shoutouts to Sosi Saint Going Well. Much appreciated. Thank you for your 5 gift subs. That's really kind of you. It's not the first time you did this, so really much appreciated. Really awesome. And yeah, not sure if I missed anything else. Yeah, as Devin says, sometimes it seems the volume might be very loud at the beginning, so be prepared for high volume on the watch party stuff. I hope the ads are now over, but I felt like it was nothing happening was anyway, and I knew I was late. So that's always a thing. It's a lot of gifts, yeah. He's Sauron. Now we know who Sauron is. It's so the Saint Going Well. Yeah, exactly. You have amateur, like, if your account is properly connected, in theory at least, there should be like a little yellow crown icon left to your name when you write in chat. So as we see it with Ubermind. Not sure if you see it with me. Yeah, I have it too. Because I need to be also my account here also needs to be connected, because otherwise, you know, it's I can't start a watch party. So that was one of the requirements for that little thing. I would say, yeah, we will watch episode 3 as it is in the title. I'm not sure I'm pretty sure what I wrote there. Isn't it awesome how fast stuff works here on this on Twitch with the bots? It's like you enter it and instantly you have a response. Everything works. It's pretty awesome, I have to admit. Chat is also much closer to the stream delay and so on. Like it feels like 5 seconds or so at most on Twitch, which I also appreciate. I guess it has some cool features, like I don't know, channel point stuff, even though I've not done much with it. But yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. I can make polls here as well, though I never really do. That's interesting. Manage polls. That's this button here, right? Create a new poll. How would you rate episode what we're watching 3, right? So 1 out of 5. I think I have 5 options, right? Yeah. Here you have 5, not just 4 as on YouTube. So that's also, in my opinion, at least a small advantage, which is pretty cool, I have to admit. And so we can do cool stuff. Allow additional votes. I'm not sure what this means. Time duration. I have to set a duration. Let's say 2 minutes. Then it ends the poll automatically. And I can vote myself. That's the most awesome part about it. What are we looking for at episode 3? I don't know. The Hidden Doorway secret episode extension. Yeah, I'm very curious if they will ever bring out like extended editions of these episodes, simply because you know, it's kind of fascinating that it often feels like scenes are missing. So maybe it's due to their time restrictions that they have or so. Can't really tell. Episode 3 was when when Galadriel appeared in Numenor and was very friendly to the Numenorians, and yeah, Halbrand has this fighting stuff going on, stuff like that. Because I know that always have quite a few the amount of viewers is always a bit smaller here on Twitch, but nonetheless, it's always kind of fun. How would I rate it? I think it was one of the more solid episodes. I think the death of Rowan happens in episode 5. Maybe give it a 4 out of 5. Probably a bit too good. Maybe it was more a 3. But yeah, most people gave it a 4 out of 5. I think the sample size is pretty small though, but yeah, 3 is pretty fair, I have to admit. But it was just a little test here to see, yeah, here we can have all the options, which is kind of cool, I have to admit. Yeah, we will find out. Maybe we can make the poll after we watch the show. But yeah, pretty nice to see. Oh, Spielkalb von Sparta has got a gift sub. That's awesome. Same with May Stark, PVT Kill Switch, Devin Siski, I think it's pronounced, and Radwald, however it's pronounced. Nice to see you here. Welcome to the Philosopher people. Very nice. It also, like I said on the Twitch, on the YouTube stuff, that also allows you to enter that I put you into the credits when I don't forget it, but usually I update it as well. It's like I consider it as a full tier sub on the YouTube channel. Like I treat it the same way. Whatever. Enough talking already. Let me just do the setup here really quick for the episode before we never start. And as I said, it's kind of late already. I will definitely show you the timer anyway here on this stream as well. So people who want to watch along using other means of watching, which I have no idea what these might be, but I also don't want to know. That's of course also possible. I will show you here the timer. Maybe that's probably a good place here. I don't know. Maybe move it a bit to the side. And I will start it as well, so you can watch along and time it with your stuff. My problem here is always I have to figure out how to start it for me. It's a bit complicated here on this side of things. Interesting. Let me just see. I think I have to open my own stream in a separate panel for that to work, right? Yes. Scramble the writing. Yeah, maybe I can render it in Premiere as a file, and then it wouldn't. My computer won't die. So I really think about upgrading my computer. But yeah, I would currently I will wait till Intel releases their new CPUs as well. Like the AMD just released their CPUs. I will wait for Intel to release theirs as well, then look what's better. But yeah, I would say, is there anything left to say on my side? Probably not, right? So I prepare the watch party really quick. Twitch watch party. Well, Rings of Power, episode 3 it is, called Adar. We select the title, And I hope it works. I know that in some countries, no, that should work when you can watch it on Prime, it should work. So I don't really need to do the countdown, but I'll do it anyway. So we'll count down from 3. 3, 2, 1, and go. So on my side, it says there's a countdown, and it counts down to it's at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now we watch what happened previously. Problems, I'm on 8 seconds already. That's unfortunate. We're 8 seconds behind. That's unfortunate. Oh, the unpleasant foot scene. Whatever. The timer is 8 seconds behind. We have to keep this in mind. It's probably a bit unfortunate. So I hope it worked for everybody. It's playing for me, it works. Awesome. So yeah, now I'm in the credits, I think. Yeah, now we have the credits scene. It's kind of funny, like, when you do this kind of professionally, like, watching at this stuff, doing the reviews, doing analysis stuff on this. Oh, this is convenient. Yeah, it's really convenient, isn't it? Just a dialogue hoop to jump through. Working for me now. Awesome. It wasn't... Yeah, so it's working for you, Stiff Kitten. That's good. But yeah, it synchronizes. I can't... A feature that is kind of missing is, on my side, I can't pause. Like, I can't say, okay, we have watched this 4-hour-long movie. In hour 2, I say, okay, that's a good time, let's make a break. So everyone can go to bathroom real quick. And then watch this stuff. It's sadly not possible, which I find a bit unfortunate. Okay, so now the episode starts. I think, yeah, we are in the camp. Yeah, exactly. The volume should also work separately from my volume stuff. It's pretty convenient, I have to admit. I think watch parties don't count toward the Twitch goals, if you want to call them like that. But I don't care, to be honest. I'm very happy that people are here and we watch this stuff here together. And we got some Twitch content out. The VOD will also be on the archive channel in case people want to know or so. I have an archive channel where I upload all the Twitch stuff here, but it's unedited VOD, so could be. Yeah, log Vras. I kind of like the orc names here, even though they are not. Well, they are kind of official, but. Ah, you followed you from YouTube. You are the amazing bad boy. Okay, good to see. The channel is way bigger than I remember. Well, it was pretty big, I feel, yeah. What are you doing here? It looks... Oh, he's also here. I like how delusioned Arondir looks here. That, oh no, they all got captured. I think the woman there to the right is also an elf. And the person next to it also. So I assume they're also from the Watch. I think episode 3 was one of the more decent episodes. Needs to transport a lot of... Yeah, spoiler, it needs to transport a lot of water. Maybe that is a good poll for future watch parties, that we maybe ask, are there people who watch this who have not seen the current, all the episodes yet? Fun fact, I think that is one of the few times we see Galadriel eating in the show. Yeah, theater mode works kind of well. If you press on, if you're on PC, you press F11, you can even get the browser window to full screen. And F11 again to undo this. So I can see chat and have full screen. Pretty awesome. Like, isn't it also when you push YouTube? Like, is it possible that YouTube does not have a real theater mode? Like, if I push it to the complete screen, I don't see the chat, right? Oh, here's the other sword, the horse sword. Yeah, exactly. The chat is then beneath the stream, but I think that is very inconvenient, isn't it? Like, why doesn't they have a mode like this on YouTube? Like, makes no sense in my opinion. That's why I really prefer for Twitch for streaming, for example. That's an interesting question, if it's kind of treason or not. Medial kind of implies that, but I think she just wanted to test Elendil a little bit there in this particular thing there. And as long as she doesn't consider treason, it's probably not. I'm not sure. This is a statue of Orome, right? No, of Ulmo. Ulmo's statue. Because I always got confused because the horses. And both Ulmo and Orome have a horn. Valaroma is the horn of Orome, and what's the other name? Ulmari? Something like that. Are the horns of Ulmo. He also has horns. And they are made by the Vala Selmar, by a Maya Selmar or something. Ulumuri. Yeah, Salmar is the name. Okay, let's have to look that up. Interesting detail. I've always thought at the beginning I thought it would be Orome because of the horses, and when I think about horses, I think of the Valar Orome, the huntsman of the Valar. Oh, that's an interesting way to do it. Pop out chat and put it on the side screen. I guess that kind of works as well, I guess. But it's... Oh, welcome, Spielkalb von Sparta. Yeah, I kind of find it funny. They smell a lot like you. Speaking of... I think I'm very loud today. It should be better now. 3 decibel less loud, but should be still okay. No, that's true. Yeah, the first wink. He could be Sauron, couldn't he? A smithy. Sauron likes to smith. Though he was less. I don't see Sauron like as a classic blacksmith forging swords or anything, but more like somebody who makes powerful artifacts or so. That's also a really cool shot. this scene I also like. Like he gets to the guard and said, Green Regent, Medial, and Chancellor Pharathon are busy. Looks at the elf. Oh. Still, what is very strange is that Galadriel is so small. Like, she should be much taller, I feel. Yeah, funny. Like Halbrand, the old scoundrel, is the more diplomatic one here. There's also the other dude we later see in this scene already. Kind of interesting. That's also how he knows that Halbrand came with the elf. And stole it. Rolled a 20 or something. Yeah, that's a good point. But as said, I think both are very similar characters, like Halbrand and Galadriel. The difference, I think, is that Halbrand is just a bit further in his development already than Galadriel. And she just takes a lot of time to get somewhere. And she is simply more diplomatic. Like, he knows his cunning. The difference, though, is Galadriel is... I feel like she's obsessed. There's some moral, I feel, kind of left with her. Oh, Rodwell, welcome. Nice to see you. Yeah, Sophie saying going well was very generous today. Just gifted a bunch of people a sub. Pretty awesome. Oh, that scene. I mean, the Numenorians also don't want to have the Numenorians don't want to have the people, the elves on the island. I think that is the voice of his mother or so. Seems to be some kind of training, because there are all these little boats in the water they are consistently passing. I had a spoiler how his mother died. Outside of what was said in episode 6. He also has a horn that is similar to that of Ulmo. We saw on the statue, by the way. In this particular scene, Isildur didn't lose the rope. It was his friend who did, I think. He didn't do the knot right. Maybe because Isildur wasn't there in time or had something to do with it. I don't know. Don't be like your brother. Oh, it slipped out during an interview. It's also a very nice dialogue here. Yeah, Valandil is pretty cool. This early in the show, like in episode 3, I did not expect that he would play a bigger role in all of this, but it seems like he will. Yeah, where the Lords of Andunia are from. Like, she knows. Fidget spinner on Miriel's arm. Yeah, looking also forward to meeting Anarion, the brother of Isildur. He should be the younger brother of Isildur. Remember correctly. Maybe that's different in the show. Yeah, now we see where Mordor is. Like, here we see the map. I showed it in the YouTube stream. And this implies, like, how the map is placed, that we are in the south. But we must be close to, we must be close to Mount Doom for this to make any sense later. Yeah, I like that the shot makes it also clear with the sun that we see that they don't like the sun. I like that shot because it explained this concept without much any saying, just non-visual communication, and now we explain it a bit. Also interesting that they say that Morgoth has a successor. Also, in context of Miriel, we have to consider that Miriel from the vision has seen Galadriel and knows that Numenor will go down. It's also, in my opinion, very interesting to see her acting in the context of that she knows this already. I think she would also be faithful in a way. The difference is she fears that Galadriel is a Doombringer. I'm cooking during stream, so I might miss some chat. Okay, have much success with that. Yeah, the picture on the map is completely strange, I agree. It also implies that they're in the south, but if we think about this trench being in the south, it makes no sense at all. I like how they keep the tension in this scene complete all the time. So Revion is the Watch Warden. And Methor is, I think, the last two drinks. Poor Methor. Interestingly, we see a similar cut to the neck of Adar later in episode 6. Probably not as deep though, but in theory he should not die so far. Yeah, that is true. It looks a bit too shallow, but yeah, I thought it had maybe PG reasons, but after seeing episode 6, it can't be the case. But maybe it has PG reasons, I don't know. That was a pretty cool scene, I feel. Yeah, it's an interesting thing that he says there. Anin absene is derived from Tolkien translated the Lord's Prayer into Quenya at some point. And the Lord's Prayer is forgive us, the wording we find in it. And they changed the form. It's forgive us is Amen absene. And this is now forgot what he said, but just a different form for forgive me. Anin, he says, right? Anin absene. It's also pretty cool. Like how he's standing there with his new sword. He has his old sword as well, right? Or is it a dagger? Probably a dagger. Also like his uniform. I like how they. Well, he also says maybe don't take that one. But here is Equenius makes complete sense in my opinion. Oh no. I heard that they couldn't use the scene where Elendil explains to her why the Numenorians hate the elves, and so they had to replace this with these slow motion shots. That is I read it on Reddit or somewhere. Corpul is on top. Yeah. Something like that. I mean, I don't mind a few shots like these. Like, have her ride the horse, let's have her a good time. And cut. Cut. Come on, cut already. And cut. They don't cut. It takes just far too long, this scene. So how do he get his guild crest? It's a good scene. I mean, Halbrand is really tall, you have to admit. I'm not sure how tall the actor is. He we also saw at the beginning with Miriel in the Senate throne room. And he has the smithing guild crest. Halbrand's as tall as Sauron. Well, good point. What I kind of find interesting that's why he's better at diplomacy as Galadriel. Here we see, look at his hand. He grabs now the guild crest in this scene and grabs it. Question chat, was there Valandil in the crowd? Yeah, that's true. It took our job. And the two dudes there are also pretty tall. Unpleasant scene as well. Call me Halbrand. He doesn't want to be called Lowman. Although these armors look pretty badass, I have to admit. It's pretty cool. We see the weapon of Earendil in the background. The crest. And there we have Mr. Google with the white robes and the beard. Like, look at how little time he has to find what Galadriel is looking for. And look how fast he is at the same time. But it's pretty cool that we see Elros in this scene. So that is something I really like because it's a bit of kind of cool book lore stuff. And we see Elrond, brother of Elros. Here, he mentions Tar Palantir. Yeah, probably, but still impressive that he finds it so fast. There he is. I'm not sure who he is. Would be interesting to know. But he's definitely Mr. Google. Like, he could also be the architect for Matrix. Yeah, I like it. I was always closer with his brother. But here Galadriel is a lot more likable, I feel, in this scene. Yeah, she can read black speech. That is kind of language-wise strange, but I can live with that. Because black speech is in language according to Appendix F that was invented by Sauron and established in the Dark Years. And the Dark Years are when Sauron is in power in the Second Age, which is obviously not yet because he hasn't taken even Mordor yet. And even though we don't know how parallel this happens time-wise, we know at least at some point Galadriel meets Arondir, so it must be relatively parallel. It can't be like 100 years later or so. Also, there was this criticism always for this thing here. Nobody goes off trail and so on and so forth. Yeah, it's very simple, but I have to admit the latest songs we see in the show and also some I won't say poem stuff because don't really see poem stuff, right? But the latest stuff we see is much better written. So I don't know. I can in this context I'm kind of okay with it, but yeah, I also would have wished that it would be a bit better. Yeah, Poppy's traveling song is absolutely fantastic. I agree. Here we learn that also Largo was married before. And Nori is the the child of Largo and his first wife. So the Marigold just is her stepmother. I like that line. There's common sense and nonsense. I have to admit, I really like the Harfoot part. I know some people don't like it, but I found it pretty cool so far. Very interesting. This is the second time we see somebody writing a speech. Yeah, two symbols, which I have no idea what they mean. Accents is always interesting. I feel like the Hobbits always had some accent. I mean, they lost their original language, so it makes sense that they speak with a little accent in a way. It also makes sense for the dwarves because they actually speak their native language is different, but they learn the language of others. But Tolkien in his books also tried to relate the different languages and folks to real world corresponding languages, like, I don't know. He wrote the book from the perspective that he finds the Red Book of Bilbo and translates it into modern English. And so, for example, Frodo's actual name is Maura, and he translates it with Frod, which is Old English for the experience. Maura also means experience. And yeah, it's just a representation, but the actual language is different. So you can make an argument that they to stick this out a little bit makes this difference. Maybe their language is also a bit flavored by different words and so on compared to the standard Middle-earth languages. The parents of the family of Poppy. It also makes sense in this context that she is so protective when it comes to Nori, because she's basically, that's probably the wife of Sadok. Yeah, something like that. Like Austrian German relates to Standard German. But she is, yeah, it's kind of a interesting scene. She wants to protect Nori because she's all family she has left, so she doesn't want that she gets unnecessarily into trouble, if that makes sense. I feel like the whole Harfoot part is kind of nice. Of course, it has some kind dark twist. And this symbol we see later on the backplate of these three priestesses. Like one is carrying this plate. And here the stranger learns a very valuable lesson in life. That that paper burns. Made this joke before, but this net is interestingly the net that led to the injury of Lago, I think. The P with the three extra stars, yeah. It is. What do you say, P or pi? Never know how stuff is pronounced in English. In German, we say P. Yeah, that's true. They should not have writings. It's really strange, but whatever. It's kind of the explanation that they know about stars, and Stranger seems to be connected. And now he puts Nori into a lot of trouble. It's interesting, I feel like Sadok blocks the question a bit. I think he kind of knows. I mean, for the dwarves, it makes sense that they have an accent, because, as I said, it's not their native language when they talk to others. They are very secretive, the dwarves, about their own language and never speak it to outsiders, so they always learn the languages of other cultures and speak their language. Yeah, it's a good question. They see themselves as friends. It's kind of strange. I think this is Galadriel, like a play. It seems like Isidore, for whatever reason, knows about her. Post captain. I like how he looks. The fur. But they are not necessarily kicked out. They're not banned. They are just just don't get help. Malva might have kicked them out, but Malva is also a terrible human being. Seems like their past is in the Western Shore. Kind of like how he regrets it that he shouted at Aryan. It's kind of funny. This scene is very interesting into compared to the scene in episode 5, where he talks to his friends. It might be, but like, of course, in a secretive structure like this, bringing somebody in and so on. Like, what do you do with criminals in a society like that? Like, if somebody betrays your culture, your society, whatever you want to call it, your trail thing. I think this is Uin in the statue. But it says in the description that it basically represents the sea itself. That's an interesting statement that he says. Maybe it's true. Maybe Sauron killed the actual Halbrand and took his place. You know what I mean? I don't know why he would do this, but... Just giving him ideas, yeah. Not sure what's in the pouch. The One Ring would be funny. Yeah, possibilities related to Ulfang. This is interesting. Now goes to her father and says the elf is here. When we learn what this means. Totally silly. The Gladder assumed that Halbrand is because he has a pouch. Yeah, maybe. But I think it becomes kind of clear that there's more about this Halbrand guy than just be some random scoundrel, I feel. I mean, of course, it's a bit meta in a way, but yeah. Well, they're waiting for a king in a way. Who knows how it is prophetized, or if there's a prophecy about the king appearing, or I don't know. There came just somebody who saved them and fought with them. Why would anybody do this for them? Like they are at the end of the world, basically. Yeah, maybe he liked it and just played along. Also possible. No, I think this stranger followed them and just offered his help. Well, this was kind of important that this guy got caught. Not sure. Would say a pleased factor too. But I would still say that the stranger also is like super powerful because he's like a supernatural being. So it's hard to tell. Oh no, the poor woman. Donk. You also see it's a female walk. I think. And that was episode 3. You are if you have the timer usage thing, then you are 8 seconds behind probably. But yeah. And now you should also see the end. Also Orc Plague Doctor, yeah, exactly. But yeah, that was episode 3. Late night for me. I have a question for everyone, which whether the entire series be released at once or weekly. Would it have the same impact as it has? That's a good question. I think probably not, because when you release it at once, the time span where this is like relevant in the media and so on, and on social media and so on, is just much smaller. Yeah, the speculation part would fail. Probably people would talk far less about the show and so on. So there's that. Let's stop the timer here. Should be all in the stuff now. Yeah, let me just see. I will now press on End Watch Party. I think one of the big things of this watch party is definitely the speculation, right? For me as a content creator, weekly is much better, because then I have time to cover it, to make my thoughts. So I really don't have time to cover it anyway, in a strange sense, because you want to watch the new episode, and I want to have my review and analysis done as soon as possible and get as many views as possible. And it's only works best when you basically publish this very fast. I tried this last week. It kind of worked, but not as well as I hoped. But yeah, we talked already about this. Start the End Watch Party after End Watch Party. Well, it's good to hear that you like the show every time you watch it. It's always a bit more fun this way, I agree, Shed. When you watch it, you can look at the details. Like some people, I get that some people are disappointed or criticize it, and I also nitpick and criticize it quite a bit. But I feel like it's not like the show does everything wrong or there are not enough details. Like, it could be better for sure, but it's also not a complete catastrophe as some people make it to be, which I've always find a bit unfortunate, if that makes sense. But yeah, that was episode 3. The question is, what are we going to do next? I mean, I discussed this episode, I feel like 500 times by now. So I've not much to add to what I said before, I feel. There's one scene I want to look into, though, because I'm kind of curious about what was going on there. So there is episode 3. Only have to zoom in a bit. No, it's not Valandil, I think. Let me just switch the scene here really quick so we can see it as well. For a moment, I thought this here might be Valandil, but I think he's not. But I could be wrong, though. I have to admit, I'm kind of surprised that you dislike episode 6 so far. I have to admit, for me, episode 6 so far was one of the best episodes. But, yeah, I don't know. I guess opinions are always a bit different on stuff, and I'm also not happy with some of it, but as you can maybe make the argument because some of the other episodes I liked a little bit less. I felt like an episode that as in a show format works suddenly a bit better than others, then becomes solid, even though, yeah, for sure, the episode had its problems. Yeah, definitely. It had some serious flaws as well, like the whole sword is just a key thing and so on. Endwatch looking for volunteers to watch after the ends. After they have been decimated by the powers of evil, you can make a difference. Join the Endwatch today. I like focusing on the on one story rather than all the jumping between. Yeah, I think that kind of helped. I mean, this time they had two stories in it, and they just met, so both story arcs were combined in this episode. That definitely helped the show quite a bit, I felt. So it was really focused this time. And even though it was still focused, it still had its problems here and there. That seems to be a common theme in Rings of Power so far. Oh, by the way, for the German-speaking audience, I think, if I'm not completely mistaken, I'm invited by the German Tolkien Society tomorrow to discuss episode 5 and 6. So, yeah. I know I've probably said everything possible about these episodes already, but there will be more talking about this. Very curious what the others think. Will that be live streamed? Yeah, it will be live streamed on the channel of the German Tolkien Society. It's in German though. But since you said, I think, Guten Tag or something at the beginning, I assume you probably also speak German. Much appreciated. Thank you. Dorothy Saint going well. Hard to say her name, by the way. Probably seen it a lot to the stream. German will not be a problem. I'm very curious what the others thought about episode 6. Like, with Lucas, I assume Tolkien erklärt Lucas will also be there. I already talked about episode 5 last roundtable stream on my channel, so I kind of know what he thinks about that episode. I know that Tobias, at least, also absolutely, I think he didn't like episode 5 at all, but I think he liked episode 6, so will be an interesting panel, I think. I still think episode 5 was also pretty decent of Rings of Power, minus the annoying law nonsense in it. Übermind sounds German. Yeah, that's true. Like, usually, I know that some people, English-speaking people, use the Ü at times for Uber. But you write it with U and E, so to probably hint at the Ü sound, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm also very curious. I agree with you, PVT Kill Switch. I have no idea how they will connect the show with the other arcs, with the arc of the Stranger and the Harfords. Yeah, the question, chat, is what shall we do next? Like, the only way I see them being connected is that the Stranger is Sauron. That is definitely a possibility. Yeah, they shouldn't connect too much, but maybe the stranger is connected, kind of. Like they said at the beginning, or very early on in an interview, that the story of the Half-Foot is very the Half-Foot story is like isolated from kind of. So I'm very curious. Yeah, that's also a possibility that he maybe meets with Gil-galad or Elrond or so. But the air in Fëanor is not the same as in Gefährlich. Yeah, there's a possibility that the Mount Doom explosion might do things. Maybe that Mount Doom will explode is also in their prophecy. I'm very curious to see on in their books that seems to be able to predict the future in a way. Like there seems to be some prophecy or something in it. Isn't Fëanor is like the it's not an Fëanor is usually written with the E with the two dots over it. I think both spellings exist though. I think Fëanor is oh. I completely messed that up. I think this spelling. Okay, I spelled it again wrong. Finally. I think I've seen this as well. And it's called this diacritic is in this called a tremor, or what is the other term for it? Not sure how it's pronounced in English. What the correct pronunciation is. Diaresis is the pronunciation. That's also like the name for it, and basically means that E and A don't form a diphthong, so are two vowels instead of one. Like sometimes two vowels fuse together to one syllable. That's called a diphthong, and the symbol basically means that it's not that it's a separate vowel. Sometimes Tolkien also uses the names like Manwë at the end, and there he means he writes in Appendix E, I think, that it means the E is not silent. I guess in the case of Manwë, it's not too big of a surprise. But Vingilote or something like that is makes more sense there. Sadok is Sauron. Now I know it. Yeah, possible. Yeah, I agree. The stranger seems to be too good-hearted in a way to be Sauron. Yeah, not sure. Like it's still hinted at that Halbrand might be Sauron, but I don't know. It's not ruled out yet completely. But what would be the sense of the stranger then? I don't know yet. Maybe he's Gandalf, maybe, I don't know. Or like one of the other Istari. With it's so hard to tell, like so many things possible. So far, the sense of him is like he's the origin of the poems of the hobbits for about the men in the moon. Yeah, we definitely have to wait and see how this arc turns out at the end. Kind of interesting to see, but yeah. I agree. That's probably the best way to imagine it. That he's maybe in contact with Celebrimbor for whatever reason, and we haven't even seen him yet. Yeah, they're both one-man armies in the show. I agree. No, it's definitely not Valandil. So yeah, another question for me is, what shall we do next? Options are either I go to sleep, which is probably not a bad idea. Another option would be we watch another episode. Nori and Poppy splitting up? Not really, to be honest. I feel like they need some light-heartedness, if that is a word, in the show. And Poppy and Nori are adding this to the show, so you can't be too harsh on them, I feel. Or to be too dramatic with these characters. Yeah, exactly. I also think they will maintain the Frodo, Sam, Merry, Pippin dynamic. Mixture of both. Yeah, that is a possibility that they split from the others or so. I have to go now. Thanks, Chris, for the watch party. Thanks, everyone, for conversation. Good night. Day to all. Yeah, thank you for being so long here. Much appreciated. Wish you a fantastic rest of the day or night or sleep well, whatever time it is for you. And yeah, thank you for joining. Hope you liked the watch party on Twitch as well. And if you have a lot of free time at some point and you have your account connected, maybe consider leaving your Prime sub here. Would be much appreciated. Because it's basically if you connect the account, you get a free subscription for channels. Pretty cool deal, in my opinion. How do you do this? In theory, if you have everything set up right and the stuff work for you, let me just see how it looks. Like there should be somewhere an icon like subscribe or give the sub or whatever. There you have to scroll down and make it activate the checkbox Prime subscription or whatever it's called. Speaking of, I also have to do this on another channel. No, I've not. As I said, it's currently very difficult for me to watch other content creators much. And when I watch other content creators, they usually have nothing to do with Rings of Power because I also need to sometimes to you know like how do you call it? Sometimes it's just good to not be completely in this bubble thing of Rings of Power. Sometimes you need just something different, if that makes sense. Wait, this is not scripted. Some people are just really good at unscripted stuff. Okay, so maybe I should change. Okay, we watch another episode just so we get. I have to catch up with the show anyway. This would definitely help. So we watch episode 4. I can even change my image thing here. Let me just. Where is this thing? We have to reset. Episode 4. Good that I have had these watch parties already on YouTube, so I have all the thumbnails prepared, all the images. Maybe you have to refresh your browser one time if you're watching on PC. Like, don't if you need to go, don't waste too much time on it. Won't be the last time I stream here. Ah, need to drink something. Rings of Power Watch Party Marathon. Yeah, I thought about this as well, but you have to keep in mind I streamed for 4 hours already today on YouTube, and yesterday I streamed for 8 hours or so. I had a lot of streaming these days. On top of some working on videos in the background, so the days have been really busy. I still have to organize the roundtable stuff, which I really have to get some progress on tomorrow. Speaking of, did I got a message there? Be really helpful if I did not so far, it seems. That's unfortunate. Nani? It's got a weird ping on Twitch, on Twitter. Yeah, I do content creation full time. Of course, mostly YouTube, because there I'm much bigger and have more views and a bigger audience, but of course it's always nice to also do something on a different platform, so you have like alternatives. That makes sense. Especially since I enjoy the streaming experience a little bit more. But yeah, currently, otherwise, with this workload, it would not be possible to do. It would not be full time. I still have to do like I want to do a video on German for the German channel as well, which I neglected quite a bit since the release. Yeah, it kind of works, even though it's a niche topic. Probably you won't get as big as some other people, though. If you look at Nerd of the Rings or so, you definitely notice that there is like a lot of potential in this niche. Oh, garlic, yeah, that's important for your tomato sauce. I don't know. Some channels are like Nerd of the Rings channel is kind of crazy when it comes to growth. I've never seen something like that. Oh, it worked. Thank you. Much appreciated for taking the time and figuring it out. Oh, we had to. It's super complicated. Okay, I didn't know. I just thought once it's connected, it's done. But it's pretty cool. I mean, in a way, you have to see it like this. If you're a frequent Twitch user and are subscribed to channels on Twitch, I feel like and you have Amazon Prime anyway, which costs, I don't know, what does it, €8 or something? I don't know what it costs currently. Then you basically gift a 5 subscription, €4, I think, worth. You get one for free. Like, if you would subscribe to somebody anyway, it's kind of really good value, if that makes sense. But you have to consider that the Twitch platform is, of course, owned by Amazon. Amazon bought it some years ago. That's why these features here, like the watch party stuff and so on, exist. But it's, in my opinion, pretty neat to have. But yeah, thank you for taking the time and finding that out, and welcome to the people who subscribed here. Much appreciated. Don't use Twitch, no, always, yeah. Yeah, it's I get 50% of the price. So if it's $5 for you, I get $2.50. If it's €4, it's €2 for it. But if you would get it regularly, you had to pay €4 or whatever anyway. And in a way, it's value-wise, I think it's pretty decent. Yeah, they put it down to €4 on, which is kind of strange. I think they did it when the euro was better in relation to the US dollar, but okay, it's still pretty equal. To the United States dollar. Kind of strange to see that the euro is currently lower on value than the US dollar. Very rare. It never happened before, I think. But it's really interesting question how this is handled and valued currently. Twitch did change it back or so? Maybe I should check that myself. No, it's still €4 for whatever reason. Kind of strange. It's cheaper than Netflix and offers a bit more. Anyway, gotta go now. Thanks again. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for staying so long, Stiff Kitten. And yeah, wish you a fantastic rest of the day. See you. Maybe the later streams. Yeah, it was September, so the subscriptions were cheaper. That is why I did try to convince my YouTube audience to come here to do the watch parties. But yeah, it didn't work out because people don't want to watch the stuff on Twitch, and well, I'm fine with that. Keep trying. No, I tried it 2 times to ask, and people didn't change their mind. So it seems people want to watch it on YouTube. And to be fair, the watch parties aren't that incredibly popular anyway, I feel. Like, they get a few views, but not that many. So as a result, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter too much. I was kind of happy to see at least that people watch it at all, so I can't complain. But of course, it's always a classical problem of, you know, the weird, stupid YouTube performance stuff. Like, I don't know. It's, in my opinion, YouTube is sometimes a very strange platform when it comes to all the meta stuff for content creators. Like, I should never worry if I upload content that it impacts my channel in a negative way. Maybe it doesn't, but it's at least what people often fear that it does. Like when you have like really good performing videos, and then you do stuff that isn't performing as well as your other stuff, that the overall performance of your channel is reduced, which in my opinion is just a ridiculous thought that I get punished for making content. Just whoever thought of that is just an idiot, just to put it politely. Just noticed I have to update the watch party stream with the correct timestamps, which I forgot to do this later. Like, I don't know, it's kind of strange. Currently, YouTube is, when it comes to all this meta stuff, really, really frustrating. Oh, I also got a bot invasion in the comments section, which I have to take care of. Like they have like the biggest AI systems in the world to find out if content includes copyrighted content, and they're not able to solve this bot problem. Like that's really stupid in my opinion. (13:02) I would argue. 13:02 watch party starts, probably the most important date for it. Let me just do this really quick. Then we start the watch party here as well. (29:43), right? Yes. The watch party starts 29. Oh, was a number missing in this list here. That's strange. When does it end? I hope the voice stuff is better now. I feel like I'm a bit. (4 hours 41) maybe. 1 hour 34. Party end. Start of discussion. 34. What was the timer here? 31. Something like that. Okay. The timing should be correct now. Awesome. Whatever. That should work. Okay, shall we start the next episode, chat, before it gets too late here? Yeah, it's probably comparable, but still they invested like, I don't know, $120 million to develop Content ID. So I feel like they can do better there. Already skipped past the intro. Oh. Keep trying. as I'm using a relative's Amazon account, which I don't want to connect to my Twitch, it's all the same for me. Yeah, I can see that. I have to put to 2 times speed just to catch up to live again. You do have time to grow on here, probably. I don't think so. Watch parties are the best way to grow, but in my case, it's maybe special. On YouTube, the 2 times speed thing, yeah, kind of it can work, but how did I earn this pleasure? Yeah, on Twitch, I think you can gift subs to people directly. Yeah, you can click on a name and there click on gift a sub. That works on Twitch. So you can do it either say I want to give to other people directly, or you can you can just gift to what how to call it, just a random amount of gifts you can buy and then random people get them. Also a possibility. Okay, chat. So for me that this here might work, maybe I do this a bit different this time than the last time. So updated this on Twitch, yes, on YouTube, that's good. So I have this out of the way. Then all we need to do is basically start the next watch party. I think I've set up everything relatively well. It feels at least like that. Watch party. So we now watch episode 4 in case people wonder. Welcome to all the people new here. We just watched episode 3 a moment ago here on Twitch. Now we continue with episode 4, which is a episode I was not the hugest fan of, I have to admit, because I felt like it had a lot of little issues. So some parts of it were good and that kind of saved them. For example, the Durin Elrond stuff, which is always great. But yeah, I would say I count down again, and then I try to hit the timer in a way that it kind of makes sense, which is always a bit difficult to tell, but yeah, we will find out. To make the timer correct, we watch, of course, I will say in chat when we reach the credits and when we are past the credits, but for the timer synchronization reasons, I have to watch the what happened last episode and the credits part as well. I also can't watch it in the watch party anyway. It starts just from the beginning, so keep this in mind. So I start in 3, 2, 1, go. Well, I now started it and start watching. Start timer. Currently, I'm just waiting for on my main screen for the stream to start. Okay, my timer is now a bit too far compared to where I am in the stream. Just up the timer to make it somewhat synchronous to my stuff. And we see Arondir getting captured to Adar. And now the credits, black screen, now the credits start. Okay. Yeah, that's true. You donated a membership to somebody who also already, probably his membership just ran out, but it's kind of interesting that you gifted that to a person who was a member for some time already. Okay, now the episode starts. Credits are done on my side. Oh, this scene, I remember. That was pretty cool. Baby cooing. It's an interesting word. Lean means to sing. But I'm not sure what Alinel would translate to. Maiden of song, something like that maybe. Maiden of singing, or sing maiden. Sing girl. Something like that. Well, he was speaking about the future. It looks grim. Else mate attacks 4 guildsmen. There was some kraken or little, what do you call them? Squids. Big squids. Here's a squid. He prepared drinks. Good old statement trick. Free drinks always buys a crowd. He prepared this. I kind of like his reaction there. Just a petty lord. Yeah, that's true. Every pharaoh should have a bunch of waitresses for support, just in case for spontaneous speech. Okay, we have angry Galadriel back. Oh, Galadriel. No, she cast the self-anger spell. She failed it. Well, she didn't fail the self-anger. She failed the diplomacy skill, I feel. I also like this thing. Think, oh, I'm screwed. I also like that you recognize some of the orcs back and forth. I think they did this not that bad. Like some of the orcs are quite recognizable, and you see him like a few times, and you notice, oh, this guy now is gone or so. Yeah, maybe they share the responsibility for this particular task. Or maybe he sees like the whole ship team needs to be like a unit. And I know Isidro was breaking it, so he always saw them as kind of troublemakers. I guess that kind of belong together. And there may be enough people who want to be on that boat, so he doesn't need those troublemakers. Nampak seems to be like another form of death, because Nampat is death. Nampak, I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, that's an interesting point that Sosi says. Beleriand? At the mouth of the river. Interesting question that he also asks, who are you? And later Halbrand, he asks Halbrand who he is. No, I have some. I hope the stream is running. I had some short frame drops, but my connection just dropped red for a moment. I still don't get why he sets them free. Like, I really don't understand this decision, really, even in retrospect. Like, of course, he doesn't know yet that the people in the tower have the sword. From here to Orodruin. Here she pronounced it interestingly English. It's kind of funny that Theo, I feel he really grew a bit in this time. As not, I don't mean as a character. I mean as a human being. Like you definitely see him growing physically. Poor Rowan. I kind of find it funny that at the beginning he had like a big mouse, and now he is. Oh no! Shall we really go into this scary village again? I don't know. Really difficult to tell why he gives them the chance. 3 villages, not a kingdom, or maybe it is. It seems it is. Like the number problem is like the size problem here in this village is really. It could be due to COVID though. It's at least a good excuse. Yeah, I agree. It's really strange that nobody wants to do this. I guess it kind of shows that the what do you call it in English and German Zusammenhalt in this village is not that great. Cohesion, solid. How is it pronounced? Solidarity in this village is not that big, so nobody wants to go. And Theo says, hey, let me go there. And she doesn't simply want that her son goes in like a potential orc infested place. Strawberry. This is also such a strange scene. Said, okay, activates blood sword, let's go. And he hits his hand and then goes. I thought he would maybe explode or something, or start burning. No, nothing. I think it makes even less sense. I feel like that they said, okay, when Bronwyn presented the orc head, um, that I would say, oh no, the orchid, let's instantly get out of here. But instead they said, let's go tomorrow. And I feel like, okay, shouldn't they be able to get the supplies and everything along when they just leave it the next day? I found that very strange. Yeah, they were looking for the hilt. They're searching it desperately. But they also prepare the trench already. Maybe this trench they prepared was just for searching, and the trenches they later make is for the water. Yeah, exactly. Just getting into a wall-designed fortress, only to leave it behind a few days later. Yeah, it's really strange. Also like the cake here. Considering that Celebrimbor knows about the Mithril already at this point in the mountain, and they use Elrond to go there and look for it. I think he's motivating him here by he's kind of manipulating Elrond in a way. He says, "Yeah, I knew your father, and he said this and that." Maybe it's not true what he's saying there. He really tries, I guess, to connect to Elrond in a way so that he can. So he's extra motivated in this mission. So it's kind of smart, I guess, but also kind of suspicious. So maybe he really is already in contact with a certain person. Who would have it? Knock it off. Sherlock Elrond. Sherlond. Or Sherlond. She's not doing anything, and she just wants her to not say this. It's kind of funny that she interrupts her children all the time. Sherlock Half-Holmes. And Durin is Mr. Watson. Mr. Durin. Durinson. Which would be also pretty correct. Durinson, ja. Magic Rustbottle. Sherland on the case. I have to admit, the Elrond and Durin stuff is pretty awesome. The wind is blowing, he sees the footsteps. Invisible wall, Dark Souls reference. I always see a Dark Souls reference. You have to roll against the wall. Except it's Dark Souls 2, then you have to activate it. I also knew Durin relatively well, so I can kind of get that he finds out what the password for the door might be. Yeah, I don't know. The tower stuff is pretty strange. It would be really fun if a dwarf would be on the other side just opening it and waiting all day for people for the correct password. Yeah, the instincts were correct, but Elrond didn't know. That's the fascinating part about this. Yeah, Durin's children sing the passage before, so Elrond knows about exactly. And also, Disa interrupts them multiple times, which is kind of unusual. Like, Elrond knows something is wrong there in Disa's home. And he knows Durin well enough to understand that. Yeah, also his oath might doom Elrond a little bit later. I'm not sure how they will connect this or not. Not in the second age, though. Later in the third age, thousands of years later. Probably not related. He also mentioned that it's... I mentioned this light phenomenon of this material. It's still difficult to if he really broke the oath. Because he didn't tell them about it. They knew already, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if it's a clear violation of this oath. Because Celebrimbor already knows about this ore. All he's looking for is a confirmation. And he's not telling how they found it, that it is perilous to mine, that it glitters or anything. He doesn't tell anything. He just says to him, I have found this ore. What does it have the properties Gil-galad claims? And he doesn't know that Gil-galad and Celebrimbor were scheming together. Like, he didn't expect that both of them betrayed Elrond. And in this regard, both know that this ore seems to exist or believe it exists. You know what I mean? It's complicated. He's like, you could argue, yeah, when he gives it to Celebrimbor, maybe he breaks his oath at this point. But if Celebrimbor would not have known about the whole concept of this ore and the background and so on and so forth, then I feel like he would not have broken his oath. He just gave it basically into the, I don't know, lab to analyze it. That makes sense. I mean, there's quite a chance that he saw the Silmaril or glanced in Mouth of Sirion. Yeah, something like that. If it's even connected to that. I think the story is still kind of wrong, I hope. No, I think he has not his own sample. I think he has the one of Elrond gave it to him. No, that's true. Elwing had Silmaril. Yeah, it has really consequences often. Like if the oath is like accepted by Eru, then especially it has consequences. And this is a very important. This is one of the hints that also he might be Sauron, because the elves fear the decay, and Sauron goes to them and gives them something to master their fear, which are the rings of power. You know what I mean? Like it's basically playbook Sauron stuff. What he's just telling there. Yeah, the Army of the Dead was created by a Bromo. Oath, I agree. No, I think Halvan is Sauron again. You could, if you knew where she was going. And he makes now a deal off screen with Pharazôn. It's strange that Galadriel didn't hear that. But I guess she finds out later anyway. So it doesn't matter too much. No, Barrack is the horse. We learn. I didn't notice that the horse is mentioned. Now we understand. It won't let me take Barrack. So Barrack is the horse of Isildur. Interesting. We learned this in episode 6. Yeah, it's true. She wants to go back to Middle-earth, but gets distracted. She needs an army, though. She needs the Numenorians to help her. No, Halbrand said to Pharazôn where she goes. And Miriel can maybe think where she goes anyway. If that makes sense. But I assume that Pharazôn informed Miriel, so she's here. Yeah, she just wants to go back initially, but when she learns about Halbrand and Halbrand knowing where the orcs are, she knows, okay, I need to go back and need an army. She's just very terrible. Here's Narsil in the background, I assume. Here's maybe the axe of... There is the shield of Tuor in the background behind Miriel. A lot of cool stuff we see. It's maybe it's the axe of Turi of Hurin or Huor or whoever. But one of the axes with it, so I don't know. Probably of Huor. Yeah, and there's a picture of Beard and Lucien taking the Silmaril in Angband. Lost or hidden? I would say they were hidden. Hidden makes sense. And sometimes there's a lot of cool lore details in the show. Sadly, sometimes they are nonsensical. That's a problem. Like how they always referred to Numenor as her or she. Yeah, she means the Valar. The humans often sometimes refer to them as gods, even though technically they're no gods, but high angels or something like that. Well, don't want to have Galadriel on the island anyway, so of course she wants to get Galadriel back to Middle Earth, the Númenóreans. I like how Waldrick and the other old guy are just fighting over this bag in the background. But yeah, she's put into like they wanted to discuss how they do this, if they want to do this, how to handle the situation, which is kind of strange, I guess. They want to send her back. Galadriel also wants back, but she also needs an army, so she also didn't expect that there were faithful Númenóreans at all. So that kind of changes it. I just feel it's a bit clumsy, like you point out. It's the writing and the setups are not really well done, just too rushed. You need more time to explore this and flesh this out a little bit. But yeah, her proposal changed over time. Initially, when she first appears, she wants just to go back to Middle Earth initially because she thinks everyone is hating her anyway here. Then she finds out that not everyone is hating her, but that they are faithful on the island that might help her. And she finds also out that Halbrand is his king. So maybe he can use Halbrand to help her finding the enemy, which she wants to fight. And for that fighting, she needs an army. So her new proposal is that Miriel allies with her and sends her back with an army. And now she's sent back to Middle-earth alone without the army. So she has to convince Miriel to send her back with it. It's very complicated, the setup, and I think it could have done better. I wouldn't say it's completely senseless. It's just too rushed. And it's so clear what happens here. And got him. What does Galadriel gain for helping Halbrand and Galadriel? Like Galadriel said, when Sauron is not not opposed, then he will spread and sometimes threaten Numenor as well. And Farazon sees like an opportunity for expansion there, helping these people, and so on and so forth. Maybe showing more presence in Middle Earth. And for Miriel, it's more about the faithfulness, I think, because her father was a faithful. And her father would have helped, I guess, the elves. But Miriel believes that the elves are the downfall of Numenor. Like, Galadriel is the cause for it. And her father believed that leaving the faithful, only thing that leaving the faithful path is the cause of that. If that makes sense. Like I said, this needs much more setup, in my opinion, and better explained. And it's just too rushed. Also, here we see the very bad archering skills of the orcs. Yeah, Farazan sees profit. He's definitely trying to influence Miriel, I think. But Miriel also sees, like, when she sends Galadriel off, as we will see in a moment, of Numenor, she sees that the tree loses the leaves, so she knows, okay, not helping Galadriel and her request is not helping Numenor. So she doesn't, like I said, it's a faithful thing. She learns that, okay, maybe my father was right, I need to help the elf in some way. No, that's also true that Farazan has a good opportunity while Miriel is not there. And I feel like Miriel maybe also goes to Middle Earth herself because this way, like, the elves are not popular in this decision, so she can say, it's my matter, I deal with it, and the people Numenor can be the people Numenor. So she gets rid of the elves and helps the elves at the same time. I think that is her play. Like, it feels more, I think, it's, I think, harder to sell for the people who mostly hate the elves to send them to say, okay, I'm the king and you help the elves now, even though you don't like the elves. It's different though if she says, I go myself because that is my matter and I take care of it, and I'm looking for people helping me, and that's why they also get this army together. You know what I mean? Like, she's not trying to she's creating this army and going herself because she does not want to put the burden of going against the beliefs of the people in Numenor, which has caused her father to be exiled. She doesn't want that, so she has to go herself and find people who might want to help her, potential faithful people, if that makes sense. I also like this is the classical I'm exhausted walk of Durin. That's when they do have the test of endurance, he also walks like that at the end too. I like how Disa looks at Elrond and says, do something. Yeah, that's also true. If she wins in Middle Earth, she might be seen as a stronger leader. So she could also say, yeah, now we have friends in Middle Earth and we could expand. So we expanded the might of Numenor, and we're not helping the elves, we're helping men. That's also an important message here. And she's not ordering some people around who don't want to go. She goes herself and takes people with her who volunteered for it. I still think, like, the whole, like, we now with all the episodes we understand this, or I understand this a bit better, but I feel like in the episode itself it could have been made more clear if they would have taken more time to explain all of this. Yeah, that's true. Elrond does have a way with words. I like the diss of Elrond at the end. Two of them. Wailing, screaming. That's my favorite line. His screams were so high pitched, I thought he was a child. Oh, I love that line. This sold me on the show, yeah. Agreed. Yeah, Dorian Son's talking to Dorian Son. Ghost in a shell, yeah. Interestingly, he succeeds. He finds out what's going on. I like how proud he looks in this moment. So this message is now delivered. So maybe he wasn't here yet and got Bronwyn into the forest, which was a stupid scene, I feel. How did Bronwyn find them? Nobody escorted them, helped them. Pretty strange. Yeah, so far I agree. It wouldn't really change much of the story if they named them differently. I don't fully get this problem as well. Like I said, from me barn. Beautiful servant. What? Whose arm is that? It's also, like, also kind of unnecessary, I feel. Seabirds cawing. Is this a word? I actually like Walter Glock. Yeah, it's pretty interesting character as well. Also Galadriel's outfit also looks pretty nice. Look how she just walks into this boat. Looks different when I walk into a boat like that. It also seems interesting that Elendil is not shipping her over. He seems to stay on Numenor. It's kind of interesting how Miriel seems to also not 100% happy. Like, she's not sure what's going to happen. And I think the actress brings us insecurity in this regard, but while keeping this queenly aura, if it makes sense, at the same time. I think she portrays her really well. But now, I was kind of right. This is not close to the tree. I was right with that. It's not next to the tree, it's very far away. It's somewhere in the streets of Numenor. I was right with that. It's just strangely edited that we now see the tree directly. But now in this shot, we see how far the tree is away. Yeah, the faithful look at each other and think, oh. The powers, yeah. She says it basically. I would not send anybody on to a danger that I would self not face. No, that I would myself not face. What's kind of interesting is that because Valandil and Ontamo were kicked out of the army, and this is a perfect way for him to get back, kind of. Yeah, some more potential translation action. Oh no, I hate the scene. Well, I don't mind that, to be honest. Like, I don't know why the people in the Senate are going, to be honest. But whatever. Yeah, and on my side, I see the credits already. I'm not sure if they are. It was 2 seconds or so. The timer is faster than I am, so be okay. Yeah, that's true. There's also potential translation action for that. But probably like translating a city name or something is usually faster than translating like a whole script or transcribing it. I would assume though it's written in English. I like the music though. If you want to explore the world, find clues. That's what I was doing quite a bit. Oh yeah, Bermic Rarium does a great job. Agreed. Okay, I click on end the watch party now, and maybe also I should end the timer. Stop. Reset. Back to 0. We could. Just curious if it's English. Yeah, it is English. Here's the word the. You see this? This means the. I recognize this pattern by now. I can see off also. Yeah, off is probably. Let me just see. I don't see an off right now, but there's probably one. Here's another the. Another the. I assume this is in W. So K. Queen. I think that's an N. So Queen. This should be regent, right? No, is this a G? queen R. No, it's not regent. It's what's the other letter? It should be queen regent. Oh, it's not. It's phonetically written. It's an I. So R-I. Re. This letter I don't fully understand. Oh, this is a J. It's not a G. Regent Miriel. And this says an A, right? Any. Mirror something. Any. Annie? Is this an A? No, it's an E. No. It could be the A. Whatever. N-I. What is this letter again? Always forget. Any. L. What could this be? This is an L, I think. Then this is the A. Anila. Has Chris fallen asleep? No. Can you still hear me? Something wrong with the stuff here? No, it should be hear me, right? Oh, that's English? Yeah, it's English. It seems. What is this letter again? As an S, right? Yeah. K. S. Eh. Oh, that's potentially the A again. S. R. We can hear you. S. K. Ah, that could also be escort. 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 I don't understand this here though. Maybe it's not an A. Maybe this is the O. On. This was what I don't get. Online escort the. Only. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Don't understand this thing here. Isn't this a? I don't know. Escort. Elden I is the last letter. Is this supposed to be 4-letter? I don't get it, but whatever. Something's written there. And this is the R, right? Real. Huh. Like I said, we at least we could kind of confirm that it's English, but I'm too stupid to read it. Not gonna lie. Too tired, too stupid to read it right now. Of course, I could try to sharpen it. Real. The real? No. I don't know. Me assume this is again. It's not medial. Middle. Middle. Is this here the? Is this here mid? This is Middle Earth, right? I'm not sure though. I think it is. I think this means Middle Earth. So this is 2 Middle Earth. I don't get this letter here. Yeah, this is medial here. Green Regent medial something something. What did I say here? I forgot. Own. I would say it's only or something like that, but it's not. That's like a letter. What is this letter here? Only. Only. What is this letter here doing in the middle of it? Only. Escort. The whatever. Real. The K. And it's a B. Okay, this is a B. This is a B. Only. No, real. Not only. This is only. Real. Back? No. What is this letter here? Real. B. Oh, so stupid to not get this letter here. What could this letter be? Not a K. It's the R. Two Middle Earth. Don't get this here. The head. Oh, here's off. The head of. Something. Egg. Something. I don't know. Two. I mean, this here is a Galadriel, right? Yeah. But yeah, something like that. There. Oh, you mean this is Galadriel? Ah, verstehe. Okay, this is the thing. Galadriel. But what is this here? Galadriel then? This is a B? Elf. Ah, okay, it's an F. That is an F. Okay, that makes sense then. Okay. Green region mirror, something something. Only. Only. Escort the elf Galadriel. What is this? What is this letter here, chat? BK Beck. Maybe it's an A, then it would be back. But the A looks like this, can't be an A. What letter could this be? Do we see it somewhere else? Here we see it again. And here we know it's an N, I think. On. Can't be on. On looks too different. It must be a vowel. What vowel? It's not a U, right? No. In. Doesn't look like an E. The E is this letter. Looks different. Can't be an A because the A is this letter. This is back too, of course, but here, this line. Head of maybe this letter is missing or so. It must be some weird consonant. I assume it's an A. I assume it's A. Like, if isn't back phonetically spelled with A? Back? Because back is the only word that makes sense. Because the first spells a B. Yes, it's an A and an E. This letter is A. That's the only thing that makes sense if we think outside of the box. Z. Now we need a vowel in this case. Like, we can't have B and K. It's English. We need a vowel in this word. So it must be back. Back to Middle Earth is what is here. Galadriel back to Middle Earth. Escort the elf Galadriel back to Middle Earth. Okay, that's good to know. So then this letter here is N. Yeah, it's missing on our chart here. So maybe we add it. Let me just add it to the chart. Let me just. How do I do this, chat? Well, here's my script. Let me just switch my screen so I can have my Photoshop experience. We just copy it. Copy of it, and we'll just call it script updated. Then I copy it into my Photoshop thing here and just add it to the list. And we just pretend to be like, I won't have the right font for it. Can I make this bigger, chat? I have to say canvas size, right? Is this right? No. In German it's Arbeitsfläche. Image resolution, image size. No, it's wrong. Trim? Also not right. I need to make it bigger. No, it is canvas size. Height, width, make it 800 or so. Of course. Never know how this works. Like, I have not in my life understood how this works. It's always completely counterintuitive to what I think how it might work. Huh? That's why it's not working. So we have this letter. First of all, I want this to be black. Just use New Times Roman because I have all the letters available. Then we have to make it a bit smaller. Okay, chat. Now I have to draw the letter. Then I can update it and maybe load it onto Discord. So we have a new letter on in the system, which is kind of cool that we found something like that out. Kind of proud of us that we figured that out. I mean, it's not. If you look at this, it was not too difficult, but whatever. Okay, maybe we should use the pencil tool instead. Oh, that was the wrong button. Good work. How's the letter looking, chat? I mean, it's not perfect, but I'll take it. Save to your computer. ROP Adûnaic Script. I made it a bit bigger so in case if we in the future ever encounter this even more, we can completely update it, which is pretty cool in my opinion. PNG. What is the format of that in that? Oh. It's not in language, it's in the other thing. That is unfortunate. I was in the wrong directory. Just wanted, why is it not working? It's called Rings of Power Numino Adûnaic Script updated, something like that. Of course, it didn't work. Yeah, sorry, just really focused here for a moment. Okay, chat, I've think I got it, kind of. Now all I have to do is find my Discord stuff. And then we got it. I posted in Rings of Power. That should work. Upload. Adûnaic Script. Post. And we open original. Okay, finally. We make progress, chat. It just took an hour to do this, but here's the link to the Discord thing. I think such a puzzle will get harder the longer we get in the show. Oh, nice. Like wasn't everything. And just now the source is done and I'm quite happy with it. Awesome. I wish you guten Appetit. Okay, so back to where we just were. Found it translated online. That is boring, of course. We, of course, want to translate it ourselves, right? We are so far already. So, let's go in. So, Queen, Regent, Medial, something, something. Only, yeah, only escort the elf Galadriel back. To Middle Earth. Something. What is this here? This is, again, I assume the The circle here, I can't really make much sense out of it. It doesn't look like... I don't know. Is an F or so? No. This here, if you know what this is, feel free to post that. Back to Middle Earth. The head of an... Maybe it's end. And there's an N. How does the N look? Yeah. I assume that could... No, end. It doesn't look like a D, but it would make sense with its end. We're not that far off. Middle Earth, the head of an egg. What is... Okay, I have a theory, chat. This letter here is an X. It is expedition, something. Head of an No, that doesn't work. A D. Oh, it's an S. Yeah, it works. Expedition on. Expeditioner. What is this? Expeditioner? Expeditioner something. But this is interesting to know. This is a K and an S fused in one letter. It's an X, basically. So, I'm not sure if we need to put this as a separate letter here in this. I also need to get back to this screen because I need to look how it looks. I'm not sure if this is just like an if this is part of the letter or if it's just some kind of decoration to the letter. Maybe I just copy it completely, right? Oh, bad. Need to do this differently because it drives me nuts that I saved the PSD file in the wrong directory. It just really drives me nuts. Okay. I just switched my stuff really. It was mute. That's the right button. One moment. And what's the flipped E? It's instead of E, the flipped E. So it's the, not the. If that makes sense. Kind of funny how we're sitting here in the middle of the night trying to translate some fantasy language, but it's kind of funny, I have to admit. Okay. It should be it's expedition. Expedition. Edition. I have an idea. It's not working. Is it not working? No, it's expeditionary. Expeditionary? Is this a word? Adûnaic Script. Yeah, exactly. Expeditionary and expeditionary? I don't get this. Like, is this really expeditionary? Kind of strange. What did we say was this letter here? Elf. It's an F. Yeah. So it's 4. Is the R in 4 silent? Kind of. So it's, I assume, 4. What is this? This is an R. I would have suspected this is an S. R and S? Force. This. Okay. It's part of the same word. Okay, yeah. I should consider that, right? Except. What? Exceptionary? What? Exceptionary? Expeditionary force. Yeah, that makes sense. Expeditionary force. This is 4. Earth. 2, right? Yeah, 2. 8. To 8 hour mo. Is it an O? Yeah, it's an O, I think. This is it's a T, right? Mortal. Mortal. I assume this is in brethren. T. Is this a T? Could be H. Yeah, It's kind of interesting. It's interesting that they don't have a TH symbol. It's either TH for think and DH for they. For the thing with the inscription, can I give you? That's a good question. If I can. Oh, okay, you have it. About 1 hour 5:04. It's pretty much at the very end of the episode. Like it ends like a few seconds later, like 20 or so. That might be right. Exceptionally force. 2 hour to 8 hour mortal brethren. No idea. This is hard to. Yes, it's not sharp, so it's hard to read. It looks like an R. The letter that looks like an R. So it's the. It could be again as something like this. Our mortal brethren as what could first is an I. Ill maybe? Maybe it's in. Yeah, it could be in. Our mortal brethren in there. What was this letter? An F, right? Yeah. In far. What? Fate? Phi? Ah, in their fight against, I assume, and against the. So to help our mortal brethren in fight against. In their fight against the. What is this? So the third, I don't understand. Is this a K? Or is it like, I don't know, a G? Or it's again TH? Yeah. No, TH would mean. In their fight. In their fight against the. I would expect something like enemy or so, but that is not what we see here. The last letter is really hard to. It ends with an L, I assume. This could be an L. Maybe Al. I don't know. This is really hard to see here. I assume this is an. You could be right that this is a connection or so. That's maybe not an S, but could. It would make sense that this is an S and an H, so something. Then we need a vowel. Not necessarily, I think. It could also be shrell. Whatever. And we have this strange letter here again. Now. This could be now. N-A-U, now. Bell. What is this letter here? Red. You might right. You might be right. It's a T. T-thread. Yeah, this could be an E. Yeah, you're right. Is this in a D maybe? Thread? I don't know. It's really hard to see, I have to admit. In their thread now? I think this is now, right? But what is the next word? Bell? H, I would say. B? Bell? Belly? It's bell. What could this letter? Belly? What is this letter here in between? K? No, it's not a K. Maybe a G? Eh. Maybe it's part of this letter. Makes no sense. Believed. Yeah, you're right. Believed. The thread now believed to be spread. What is this letter here? It's a rare letter. It's not on the list, I think, right? Spread at spreader. I can't make heads or tails out of it. And we're relatively far. This letter here is also missing in the table, so I have to probably add it as well. So this is, I'm pretty sure, an S, a big S. So it's widespread. Maybe it's not big. I don't know. This is a P, 100%. This is an R. This is an E. This is a D. Spread. This here is a G. So it must be also a vowel. Spreading. Spreading? Maybe it's some. Spreading. Could this be like an. Why would it be? Spreading. This is like. Why would this letter then here be at the very end? Spreading. Now it becomes. What is this letter again? And what is the last word? South lands spreading a cross. This would make sense. We need a preposition here. A cross would work. So it's an O. I don't. Yeah, here's the O. This is the R, across. Okay, yeah, across. The Southlands. Spreading. What is strange is this letter here, because it doesn't look like an N. maybe what spreading? What is this a G? Because I could imagine that if this letter here doesn't exist, that this letter is the ng sound basically. You know, spreading. I don't get this phonetically. If I'm like, it makes no sense. Why would this? Would there a G at the end then? If it is, but there's also a vowel missing. Spreading across the Southlands. Spreading. Of course. It's an I that got connected. Yeah, spreading. I know what you mean. It is the sound. It's not spreading, it's spreading. Spreading. Yeah, you're right. Now I see it. It's not a new letter, it's the flipped E sound, the Then it's an N and a G. Does it work? Well, it doesn't really work, right? But I don't know. It still doesn't make too much sense. This must be an N and a G, else it makes no sense. I saw it. Spreadic. I don't know. This is strange, but it should be spreading the Southlands. Okay. Something, and here we have a new word, I assume. It starts with an L. A lead. Bear. Bear? Huh? This is now really strange, this combination. This is an I. This is... In Tolkien's writing system in Tengwa, this line is an NG thing, which is missing here, though. So I don't know. Yeah, this is definitely lead. What is the word after it? Bang? Back? Bear. Bear? Bear with me? I don't know. That seems like bear. Something. This is an H and a weird letter here, which I can't make. Pear. Here we have this combination again. I don't understand this letter here, and we have some of those now here. That makes it really tough to read. It doesn't help that it's insanely blurry as well. No, this is a separate letter. This is, I assume, the I. I in inside or something like this, maybe. Leech. There, maybe this belongs together, like this IN, like it seems like IN can be written as this. I don't see the S here, so I don't get it. the... No, it's too blurry here at the end. But yeah, at least we got this part here for the most part down, I feel. This here makes no sense to me right now. But yeah, kill switch, very well done. Definitely helped a lot here reading this. I'm just curious what this letter here means. If this is a separate letter or so. Like, I've seen this letter a few times, but I can't make any sense out of it. Him. Hin. Hing. Bearhing. Bearhin. Bear him. In. Int. Intent, maybe, yeah. But I don't know. Wouldn't intent be written with a D at the end, phonetically? Yeah, would be. Would be strange. Don't see the D here. Hinging. Hinging. Hingin. Hingings. Hinnins. Himmins. I don't get this word. Bear him? No, it's just really... This whole passage. Pair, maybe? Yeah. What is a P looking? No, it's not a P. Of the something. Maybe it's a G. Pretty hard to see. Must be some kind of vowel, I feel. But I don't see it. This word makes no sense for me. But we made quite a bit of progress here, I have to admit. So, Queen, Regent, Medial, something, something. This still is a bit strange, I feel. Only? Maybe I pronounced only my whole life wrong. Usually would... Only... I don't get this. This is also three. Only... Maybe it has to do with the other word that it's cut off. Only something. Only escort the elf Galadriel back to Middle Earth. What did we say here? Maybe end. I'm not sure though it's end. This here I forgot. Whatever. The medial. The head of an. I assume this is head. Head. Yeah, it would be head. The head. Back to Middle Earth. I don't know what this letter is. Does somebody know? I can post it on Discord. Oh, somebody has the translation posted. Thank you, Killswitch. Okay, my screenshot is too big. That's the problem. To make it maybe a bit smaller. Yeah. We could write it down. So green regent medial only escort let me just write it down because I'm very curious. Only escort the elf Galadriel back to Middle Earth. Question mark. The head of an expeditionary force expeditionary force. Where was I? And there, force to. Now I forgot what this word was. I remembered. Force to 8 hour. To 8 Yeah, our. Now it makes sense. I get it now. That's a diff song. Our mortal brethren, vermute, I think. Oh, I just posted it. I want to get a new line. Our mortal brethren in their fight against the what did we say was this word translated? Shadow or something? Enemy? No, it doesn't see. In the something. Now believe? No. What did we say, chat? I need to go back here. Red. Believed, right? Believe. Yeah, that's a V. Oh, I get it. Okay, okay. Yeah, it's getting late. Yeah, it says it's red. Okay, okay. Against the threat now believed. Against the threat now believed to be spreading question mark, because there's a weird letter in it, across the Southlands. Okay, let's look into the translation. Threat now believed to be spreading across the Southlands. Late bear her intent. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Let me just switch back to Twitch. Late bear her. Okay, we have to her intent. It makes sense. I don't. Let me just see. Her. Red. Yeah, I think I see it now. It's really strangely written here. Not a new letter, it's just really close to each other and it's really blurry. That's why it looks, spreading looks so strange. But there's this, her is probably the new letter. Let me. Where's the English? I need a dictionary. How's the IPA of her? Her. So it's this letter here. Let me just. Yeah, this letter here. Where is it here? This is the other sound. There comes an R. Maybe this signals a silent R or something like this, but it's her. And then it's I, N, and it's maybe a T10. I don't see. I have to admit, I don't fully see the intent here, but I guess it makes the most sense for it to be intent. It's really hard to read. Her intent. Laid bare her intent, something like that. So I have to yet again edit my list here with another letter which we haven't known yet. Which is this one here. And it's spelled. It looks, I assume, like an M. Okay, I screwed this up a bit. Yeah, intent is what you read. You are right, kill switch. Update should we should see Heilbrand text. Maybe. But yeah, it's kind of laid her intent. Laid bare her intent. But yeah, it's kind of cool that we got this. Laid bare her intent. Riz. We need a vowel before that. What vowel could it be? Rest of the question mark. I did not expect that so many letters were still missing, but it seems like there are quite a few phonetic things still missing. Very interesting to see. Probably not beautifully written, but something like that. Kind of interesting, I have to admit. Oh, it's a G, yeah, it might be right. G. Gray. But yeah, kind of cool. So if people, I guess you're all in the Discord anyway, so I don't need to post it in chat, but we can do for completeness sake. Maybe people watching this in the VOD or so. Lazy cat. Oh, this is currently my updated table. I'm not sure on the last letter how it looks exactly. For me, it looks like an M. I don't need sleep. I need answers. Exactly. But yeah, with this we at least improved our skill reading the Adûnaic Script a bit. So yeah, we could read this. Oh, I just muted myself. That I should not do. Yeah, now of course we could also look into the true into the absolute true end boss of this show here when it comes to transcribing stuff. Oh, it was episode 3, right? So yeah, that is a true end boss, by the way. Don't worry, we won't read that. Yeah, there's I know which scene you mean. There's also one where they present it to Medial. Yeah, this one. I feel this is even harder to read than usual, right? Here we also see a bit of it. I have to admit I'm too lazy to look into this right now. I do try translation today if I have time. Yeah, I wish you much fun with it. What seems strange to me here already, if I look at this, besides my sanity dwindling, is that it starts with a letter that with an L, but the next letter I don't understand already. Looks like a V or so. But LV makes no sense. Maybe it's just gibberish. So one word is the. It's really hard to read, I feel. The medial one. I think here some stuff is easier to read on the other screenshot. If you want, I can post it on Discord if it helps you. So I'm not 100% sure because there is some stuff potentially missing. You can also try finding the other screenshot again. Yeah, we had it in episode. This is episode 4. In episode 3, Galadriel shows it to confronts Halbrand with his past and shows him this document. That's too early. Halbrand gives around. Halbrand prison. Somewhere in this scene. And we just do the searching pretty quick. We can maybe show you the other scene as well. Like this one here. Probably too blurry, but I don't know. Post it on Discord anyway. So if that helps you. think this is pretty much the sharpest I have. Biggest problem might be I don't have enough file size on the upload for Discord. I only have 8 MBs or so. Be careful that I don't get it too big. It works, 5 MBs, okay. So yeah, if people have any interest in transcribing that as well, much fun, Kill Switch. Yeah, maybe the letters changed over time. English had eth and thorn are the letters called. Eth and thorn, right? I have to look it up. Also don't know the IPA. There's the TH letter and the DH letter is eth. Right? Oh, it's written like this. Thorn is as in think, eth is as in they. Yeah, some of the letters look really kind of a bit different, but I assume that it's because it's written with hand, so there's some inaccuracies in it that makes the system, if you're not really familiar with it, I guess kind of difficult to read. But it's still interesting. But yeah, pretty nice. Maybe they have a letter for that as well. Just make a marker here so I find the stuff easier. The V is confusing for me. Yeah, that it's usually the H, right? It's 5-4. Episode 4 is here, and it's somewhere at the beginning. Yeah, I mean it looks confusing here. Yeah, I agree on that. I don't get this word. I don't even get the first word, which just starts with an L. But after an L, I would expect a vowel. I don't see a vowel. I see a V. That makes no sense for me. I mean, L and V would work. Valve, for example, but valve. at the beginning. Then what could the next letter be? Or even this letter here. What is this supposed to be? I don't even get this. Something the. An M, I think. Yeah, maybe. Oh, that's an M. Lm. That was an N, but you're right. It's the M letter, not the M. But this here should be an L. This should be an M or something. I'm getting out of here. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, thank you for staying so long, Spielkalb von Sparta. Much appreciated. Glad you were here. There's a thumbnail on the screen. Oh, sorry. Here's the L, here's the M, I assume. This letter, no idea. This here could be anything. Maybe it's an S. The S would look different, I feel. I don't know. That one is confusing. Especially since it's cut off as well. I'm not sure if there is a scene here where we see it a bit in as a whole. That's the best I can do, I think. Oh, that's a D. Yeah, I see it now. It's a D. This is a D letter. The first in the second row, yeah, this here induces fear into me. I agree on that. I have no idea what that's supposed to be. Could be you or something like that. That is the. This is set. Set. Yeah, the. Exactly, with DH. But the DH is basically for the voiced TH, for the. It's also in Tolkien's writing like that. Like it's Kalinarthon, not Kalinarthon. But yeah, if you want to transcribe this, much fun with it, you will need it. Maybe it also makes no sense and it's gibberish. But yeah, I would say I call it a day. I hope people enjoyed this little excursion into weird writing systems a little bit. I thought it was kind of fun, but it's of course a very niche interest to look into stuff like this. But what I like about the show is you can actually read it. It's not just often. Here it could be different, I don't know. But it seems on a lot of times it's not just gibberish, it actually means something. And that is kind of cool in my opinion. Even the phonetics make, in my opinion, a little bit of sense. So that's pretty cool in my opinion. It's just sometimes really hard to read when you're not too familiar with the writing system and so on. Needs a bit of getting used to. Especially you need to wrap your head around the like it's not spelled how you think it is, it's spelled how it's phonetically spoken, if that makes sense. That's kind of difficult sometimes to just see the words. Like spreading, like I did not get that word very fast. Or thread was another word I didn't get really fast. Kind of interesting. I think the sun's already rising. Yeah, potentially getting close to that. But yeah, it doesn't matter too much. I really have to sleep soon as well, because I have some stuff to do as well. Luckily not in the morning, so that's good. There will be on the German Tolkien Society channel tomorrow, not tomorrow, later this day, on Monday, discussing episode 5 and 6 there again. So that might be interesting for some people to watch. Can maybe post the link to it or not. I'm not sure if they have something going. Already scheduled the stream. Potentially they have. Yeah, it seems like. So for people wondering, here it is. That should be the stream. Maybe I post it on Discord as well. Or maybe I do it when I get up. I don't know. I can just post it there already. Maybe I do the ping tomorrow. Yeah, it's just a reminder for me to post it tomorrow later when I get up. Something like that. Okay, so I would say that wraps up the stream. Thank you for watching. I hope, as said, you enjoyed it. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day. It was fun watching. We will watch the other 2 episodes if I have time, maybe this week or so. So we maybe can be a bit more on the pulse of time, if that makes sense, when a new episode comes out, even here on Twitch. And yeah, I like it. Gute Nacht, yeah. Also to you, gute Nacht, sleep well. And see you people next time. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.